yeah, you look
He looks fine.
You're balanced perfectly.
The blue is just glowing. Does he have an Apple Watch? I'm done.
And the white, yeah. I think that has, sorry about that. You might be hearing a little feedback from your microphone. If you can just turn your speakers down on your end.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yes. Correct. And I think that just has to do with the video settings in Zoom. When you upload an image, it's just trying to do its best to fill the space. And so it's a little bit of a hassle sometimes when you're uploading background filters, but they have some recommended like pixel width and size to get a perfect background and make it match perfectly. It's just trying to do its best to upload an image.
We did that.
Space. But I got to tell you, from Jackie and I's perspective,
Okay.
it does not look bad at all. The logo's big, but I think the proportions of how much of your body is showing looks fantastic.
It actually gives them the blue and the white gives them backlight.
And Jackie says the blue and white gives you a nice backlight. Yeah, the only thing it does is kind of like there's a bit of a makeup effect in Zoom, but that's about it. It does a little bit of skin smoothing. You're welcome. Okay, bye. He just said he uploaded an image that had way more blue in the border and a smaller logo. But it's just, he's probably not uploading the recommended pixel size, which he's never going to do. Unless we would have to supply that, I think. We'd have to custom make it and share it. We could, that might help.
Mic check from the boardroom.
You guys sound fine.
Thanks, Jackie.
You're welcome. Adjust your camera up a little. Yes, perfect.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, Jackie.
Good morning.
Morning, Matt. Morning, Robert. You're on mute, Robert. It doesn't matter much. I think we could tell you said good morning, but
President Saltzman, audio check from first floor.
You
we can
sound
hear you.
fine.
Copy.
You have a quorum.
Good morning.
Morning. I think we'll give it 3 minutes until 9 o'clock and then get started. But thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Well, it is now 9 o'clock and we have a quorum. So District Secretary, are you ready for us to get started? And Jackie, I think you're muted.
Yes, I am.
Can you please call the roll?
Yes. Director Simon,
Here.
Director Allen, Director Ames, Director Duffy,
Here.
Director Foley,
Present.
Director Lee,
Here.
Director McPartlin, Director Rayburn,
Here.
President Saltzman.
Here,
Thank you. We have a quorum.
thank you. And Director McPartlin, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
to
and
the
to the
The
republic
Republic
that
stands
one nation,
one nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and
liberty
justice
and
for all.
justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this board meeting on January 13th, our first meeting of the year. And please note that pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only, and folks can watch the board meeting live or archived at www.bart.gov/about/bod/multimedia. We might need a short link for that. And you can also join via Zoom. So welcome all. Before we jump into the agenda, I wanted to announce a couple of things. One is that we're going to do one change of the order of items. So after we do the introduction of special guests and then the consent calendar, we're going to go to general public comment before we jump into the redistricting items, so that if people are here for general public, they can be heard early on in the meeting. And I also wanted to announce that, as I had mentioned at the last meeting in December, we're going to have some evening board meetings this year. And so we have scheduled our first evening board meeting, and it is going to be the second meeting in March. So we'll be sending out further information on that. But for now, if you can hold that in your calendars, that will be an evening board meeting. And I'm working with General Manager Powers and staff to make sure we have items that are very much interesting to the public, so that we can get a lot of public participation in that meeting. So with that, we will move on to our next item, which is introduction of special guests. We have a very special guest here today to honor Rick Ramasier, of the General Manager of the Central Contra Costa Transit Authority and County Connection. And I see we also have MTC Commissioner and Orinda City Council member Amy Worth here, but I'm going to turn it over to Bob Powers to start off the item.
So thank you, President Salzman. In the board packet in front of you is a resolution, and it's with great pleasure that I'm recommending board approval on this resolution recognizing Rick Ramasier for just an outstanding career in public service. He's been with the Contra Costa County Connection for 32 years, but 23 of those years he's been the general manager and leading that organization, and has been not only a great partner to BART, but he's been a great partner to public transit in the Bay Area. He's been a regional leader. He still is a regional leader. And he's been committee chairs, many committee chairs throughout the Bay Area. He's headed up the Bay Area Partnership Board. He was just the Clipper Executive Board, and I'm going to have to try to fill those shoes going forward. He's been, the chair of the California Transit Association Legislative Committee. He's been the chair of the APTA Accessibility Committee. And I want to, I want to make sure that we recognize Rick. With COVID hitting, 2 years ago now, and all the GMs getting together every Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Rick has been so instrumental in working with all the GMs in the Bay Area. He has been the conduit, not only on the large operators and in inputting there and being collaborative, being proactive, being forward-leaning, but he's also reached out, communicated with the smaller operators, and brought them on board. And it's with one voice that all the transit operators have been speaking for these last, 2+ years, and it really, the underpinnings of that is Rick Ramasier's commitment to excellent public transportation in the Bay Area. And so I view Rick as a personal friend, BART views him as a personal friend, and I know the Bay Area transit community thinks so highly of Rick. It's just, it is going to be a loss. He's got his replacement in, and he's plugged into everything, Bill, and he's going to be good. Rick has got some big shoes, that he's going to be left behind. But I wanted to put this resolution forward, and I hope we get unanimous support from the BART board. And Rick, on behalf of the BART family, and that's everybody, it's the board of directors, it's our frontline men and women. This is a BART crystal train, and I hope let me just see if I can just get this up by the camera here. This is a very special crystal train, generally reserved for longtime employees, frontline employees at BART. We view you as part of the BART family, and let me just read the inscription that the BART family came up with here, Rick. Rick Ramasier, serving the Bay Area for 23 years as general manager of County Connection, abandoned a successful career as a drummer to become a great partner with BART and a regional leader. So Rick, you've been fantastic to work with. I just love you. I love your energy. I love how you always are, problem solving. And I've learned from that, and I'll continue to learn from that. So President Saltzman, Vice President Lee, I hope we can get a unanimous vote on this resolution for Rick Ramasier and County Connection leadership.
Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Councilmember Amy Worth to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank you all for the honor of joining you all today. It's pretty impressive to be sitting on the BART board here on the Zoom together. And, so appreciate all the work that you all have done, always do, and especially during these last few years, because BART has taken the leadership role, and in helping all of our agencies continue to get through the COVID and serving our riders and keeping our employees safe. And I just want to say I'm so grateful that you as the BART board are honoring Rick on his retirement. I know it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to us. And Rick and I have had a lot of conversations over the years on the partnership that BART and County Connection have. And it is one of the exemplary partnerships in the Bay Area, and I really think in the country. And it is so much due to the leadership of the BART, as well as Rick, not only are with Bob Powers and previous general managers who understand the importance of, serving the rider and, linking the buses with BART. And it goes back to the very beginning. But I really think too, during the COVID, the general managers, Bob Powers and Rick Ramasier kind of have the duo team that have played such an incredible leadership role in the region. And, the other thing that Rick always said, he said, I love working with County Connection. I wanted to tell just a brief story. There was, when we had the mystery about the Willow Pass grade, and a young man came up to me at a mayor's conference. He was one of our Orinda residents, and he's developmentally disabled, and BART is his lifeline. And he's so fortunate and happy to have BART. He was really worried when, they were going to be fixing the electrical system and having to, pause BART for that weekend. And I said, Nate, don't worry, because BART is paying for County Connection to run buses all the time. So the schedule will be exactly the same. You don't need to worry. And his face he relaxed. And I really think that just tells the story about the partnership. And again, especially the partnership during the Blue Ribbon Task Force. I don't know what we would have done without Rick and Bob and their close working relationship. And so just again, thank you for honoring Rick. Thank you for the opportunity to join your meeting today and kind of echo those thanks, and the thanks to BART and the thanks to Rick. And but to paraphrase the famous line from Casablanca, I just want to say, talking about the close working relationship between Rick and Bob Powers and County Connection and BART, to say this is Rick's retirement is a continuation of a beautiful friendship. So thank you all so much, and thanks for honoring our beloved general manager and great all the great leaders in the region. So the professionals. So thank you very, very much for the chance to just share a few remarks with you all.
Thank you. And next I'll go to Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Salzman. I want to share my thanks for the service that Rick has provided, not just to the Bay Area, but nationwide. In fact, it seems that the only place that I see Rick on a regular basis is in Washington, D.C., representing the accessibility task force with APTA. And that's quite a change from the past. And I can think back 25 years ago where I would see Rick would be at the Kingfish in Oakland, hanging out with the band. And I want to share with you that there are members of the musician members that would look forward to your retirement and welcome you back with open arms. We wish you the best.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. And now I'll turn it over, Rick, if you want to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is quite overwhelming and humbling. Bob, thank you for those incredible remarks. And thank you to the BART board for having me here and honoring me in this most incredible way. This kind of partnership that we're talking about is really a two-way street. And so when I first arrived to the region and at County Connection, I was kind of curious that there was this almost competitive nature amongst all these transit operators, because I had grown up in Minneapolis, St. Paul, where we have one major system and a couple of smalls, and these issues never seemed to came up. And it just seemed natural that we had to work together. And then two of the founding members of the County Connection board, Robert Schroeder, who was also on MTC, commonly referred to as Bob, and Gail Okama, who served on our board, both as a city councilwoman from Lafayette and as a Contra Costa Board of Supervisor, really impressed upon staff the need to cooperate with BART. That one of the reasons we were created was to get people to BART stations so they could get to Oakland and San Francisco. And so that it just seemed like this is an important thing we need to do. And so over the years, we have had a lot of success. Mayor Worth has mentioned the bus bridges. We have inductive charging at the Walnut Creek BART station, and BART worked very hard to help us install. And that was not an easy project. PG&E is not fun to deal with, and BART was very helpful in that endeavor. And because those buses can charge at the Walnut Creek BART station, it makes it much easier for them to meet the trains. It just flows together. One thing leads to the next. Schedule coordination. We have been coordinated with BART since the early 90s, and we thought everybody in the region was doing this. We came to find out during the Blue Ribbon Task Force that apparently it wasn't happening with some of the other bus agencies. It just seemed like a natural. So these things seem like things that should be done and should be part of the expectation that we all do working together. Bob, I couldn't have done this without your great staff. You got Val Minotti, Pam Herhold, John McCormick, who was very crucial in the operations area. But John's a behind the scenes guy, and he's crucial to our success working together with BART. Pam Herhold, Mike Eisner, and really this really picked up steam under Grace's leadership. And then when Grace departed and Bob took the chair, it just increased. And then somebody that I've worked with, and I've known for nearly 30 years, I'd like to mention, I know he's no longer here, is Paul Overseer, who again, worked with us very hard at times when it was not an easy thing to do. So I want to thank all those people. Again, I'm extremely humble and extremely overwhelmed by this, and I thank you all very, very much. And as Amy and Bob alluded to, I'm not disappearing, I'm just evolving, and you'll probably see me somewhere involved in these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'll just join in the chorus in thanking you for your years of service and leadership as somebody who depends on County Connection to get to various meetings and events from BART stations, since most of the county isn't really accessible walking from BART. I think everything you've done is so important. And I've noticed as a rider how well those meetups generally work. So it's very important what you've done over there. So thank you, and wish we could present this resolution and train in person, but we will get it to you.
Thank you very much.
So it looks like, sorry, I missed it, but it looks like we have a public comment on this item. So I will go to public comment on this item, and then we'll go to the consent calendar.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Happy New Year. I speak to you simply as an ordinary user of public transportation. I feel very fortunate to have met and known Rick during my 5 years of engaging with Bay Area Transit. And it's not just from Rick serving as vice chair and later chair of the Clipper board, and I've been to many, many Clipper meetings, but I have gotten to use the county connection. I did go to Walnut Creek one day because I felt like it. And I heard they had lots of good food in stores in Walnut Creek. And I walked over to that shopping plaza. And I heard about the electric buses, the Route 4. And it was hot. And I wanted to get back to the BART station. And I see this bus come up and it looks like a trolley, very San Francisco style. And I get on, and it was one of the first times I had ever ridden on an electric bus. But it was a really amazing service. It was polished. The driver was very professional and courteous. And I thought to myself, I'm finally getting to see county connection. And that's all that I got was that short bus ride back to the BART station. I had no idea about the inductive charging system. And I mean, that's coming about. And I said to myself, they don't have this in New York City, the electric trolley bus. And so I just want to frame this in that, in my knowing of Rick, at the work that Rick has done and continues to do is really about people. That I, as an ordinary user of public transportation, was able to have my needs met to get around Walnut Creek. And with the Clipper work and all this other work that Rick has done, which spills itself out onto the regional and national scale. And I've never gotten to hear Rick drum. I would love to hear Rick do some drumming on some Jerry Rafferty music, especially with the cymbals. That would be a treat. So again, another thing that we didn't know. Maybe someday I'll be in Grand Central Terminal and I'll be walking by the information booth. Rick will suddenly appear. Rick, I wish you well. I'm going to miss you, but don't be a stranger. Hope to see you again someday. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we need to go to the vote. So I will move approval of the resolution. And can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by me and then a second by Director Rayburn. And let's go to the vote.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames, Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
President Saltzman.
Yes,
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
fantastic. So now we will move to the consent calendar. Does anybody wish to remove an item?
We do have a few speakers raising their hands.
I see that.
I will go to the first speaker. Lawrence Phillips, would you like to speak to an item on the consent calendar?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Lawrence Phillips and I represent LB Foster Company. And we are requesting that item 2F be removed from the consent calendar. That item is in reference to award of contract number 15 CQ-211, procurement of district fixation fastener assemblies. The reason for the request is that LB Foster was the apparent low bidder for this procurement. There was a preliminary finding by the district that there was what I call a clerical error in one of the forms, the DBE enterprise form relative to the district's stated DBE goal of 3%. LB Foster submitted a protest earlier this week explaining the discrepancy and also asking for a reconsideration hearing as provided for under the Code of Regulations and the instructions to bidder themselves. We received a response from BART, from Jacqueline Edwards on January 12th, indicating that the protest had been received and it's under consideration and that we'll be notified when a decision is made. So at this point in time, we believe that it's premature for the finding or a vote on the award of the contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can go to the next speaker.
Alita, would you like to address the board on a consent calendar item?
Yes, thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I am going to address two items on the consent. First of all, just state briefly that we need to continue the virtual meeting, so that needs to be in favor. And second of all, in your committee organizing resolution, I'm not going to go into particulars or mention names, but it seems like we're not spreading the chair and the vice chair positions around the board as much as I would hope. I mean, all 9 of you are experienced in things of BART, and I would have liked to have seen some more chairs positions spread around the 9 of you. I
think we've lost Alita.
Okay. Oh, I think I'm back. So anyway, I think it's important that we hear the voices of all 9 of you as far as being able to develop committee agendas and being able to lead in conversation. I mean, this organizing resolution is set, obviously, but I ask that it not be the end of things, but the beginning. I'm a constituent of all 9 of you, and I expect to hear from all 9 of you in an equally distributed manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment?
We do not.
So I'll go to Director Allen and then Director Rayburn. And at this point, it'd be great if we could just hear if you want to pull items so that way we can get to a motion to approve the rest of the items and then we can get into each item specifically.
Thank you, President Saltzman. I want to thank Alita for the comments. I wholeheartedly agree. But I also would like to pull the item from the previous speaker. And I'm sorry, I don't have my agenda up, so I don't know the item number, but the bid protest. I think at a minimum, we deserve to hear, what they're protesting before we approve the item. Thank you.
So just to confirm, you're addressing item F?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So you'd like to pull item F. We'll do that. Director Rayburn? You're on mute.
I would like to move all the items with the exception of item F.
Second.
I'd like to second that. Oh, okay, thanks.
So I think we have a motion from Director Rayburn and a second by Director Dufty. So let's go to the vote and then we'll come back to item F.
Director Simon?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames? Director Dufty?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll go to item F. Director Allen, since you pulled it, do you have anything additional you want to say, or do you want to go to staff to get their feedback?
Yeah, I'd just like to, well, I think we heard from the representative of the company. I think I would like to hear the response of staff to explain the status of the bid protest and, essentially a little more about what, why this particular vendor was disqualified.
Okay.
Director Allen and members of the board, Maceo Wiggins, Office of Civil Rights. I would start by saying that there is no protest yet. You cannot protest until the board has obviously taken action to award or not. But that technicality being said, the bidder did fail to complete the designation of subcontractors form correctly. When we received it, we caucused with the General Counsel's Office, Procurement, and OCR. And this is both consistent with the district's past practice, going back as far as I've worked here, and is an issue with the Public Contract Code. By a bidder failing to put a dollar value for the DBE on the designation of subcontractors, we cannot both calculate DBE attainment, and the potential exists for that bidder to have an unfair competitive advantage over the other bidders by allowing them to correct that information or adjust that dollar amount. And so if we were to allow that, the other bidders would immediately protest us for giving the other bidder an unfair advantage. So it's unfortunate that this oversight happened, but consistent with past practice, and staff recommends approval of the motion in front of you so we can advance. This contract is, of course, very important to all of our major capital projects we have going on at the time.
Thank you. And I think that's the part I wanted to hear is, is this consistent? Do we consistently disqualify a bidder if they haven't filled out the DBE form or put in the DBE numbers? And it sounds like that is the case. So that was really my question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I'll go to Director McPartland.
Yes, I'd like to get a confirmation or comment from on Matt Burrows.
So yes, Director McFarland, I concur exactly with what Macy has said. What I would add, though, is that the way the district's protest procedures work is after this award is subject to the protest procedure. So although the district received what we call a premature protest, we don't require anybody to refile a protest. We will treat it as a properly filed protest, which means that both the bidder and the bidder who is complaining and the board will receive an analysis, a written analysis that you can take a look at and decide whether or not you want the district to take a second look at. So that's the only thing I'd add is the way the protest procedures work is there will be a full analysis and a response sent to the bidder and to the board.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? And if not, do we have a motion?
I'll move the item.
Second.
We have a motion by Director Allen and a second by Director Dufty. Let's go to the vote.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ains, Director Dufty,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland,
Aye.
Director Rayburn,
Yes.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now we will go out of order and go to item 5, which is general public comment, and then we'll take the rest of the agenda in order.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. It's always good to be back with you. Happy New Year. Thank you again for doing the Pledge of Allegiance. Means a lot to me. First of all, some housekeeping. I'm frustrated. We don't record our committee meetings, and the Zoom functions are not fully functional on committee meetings like they are at this BART board meeting. I wanted to get some information, a recording of the proceedings from a committee meeting, and I couldn't get it. Other agencies do archive their committee meetings. And so in order for me to keep up with the things of BART, if I can't go to a meeting, I would hope that we have recordings. I ask that you be willing to do the work to bring the committee meetings to the same level of technological integration as with this BART board meeting, because this is about transparency and being about people. So enough about said. We really got to work on that. I don't want to run into a brick wall. Equity and welcome obviously is very important. And I just want to let you know, I'm concerned about subway pushing. Subway pushing, it's not okay. It is not okay. It is never okay. People who are pushed onto the trackway are not trespassers, they are victims. I ask that would be a system that is mindful of the safety of all of our people and ensuring that everybody is safe on the platform, because we don't want to have anybody in the trackway for any reason. And I ask that anytime a person is in distress, that what matters most is the person and ensuring that the situation is rectified. It shouldn't matter if I'm wearing a Raiders t-shirt or skirt. It shouldn't matter. I don't live in the BART district. It shouldn't matter. I want a system where everybody will feel safe. And I ask of you and your oversight that we have the awareness of the dangers that people face on an active railroad, and that people should know to stay away from the platforms. And we don't have pillars like in New York that people can use to protect themselves from the trackway. So that's my rant about that, but I'm a person just as much. And so as we build a BART, I continue to emphasize the importance of things basic. To build a BART that's great and legendary, and I'm not from California, but I do know my New York City subway and Grand Central Terminal. Just remember this, BART isn't just for some, but it is indeed the people's system, and I thank you.
Thank you. And I did just want to mention that Director Allen has submitted an RCI asking for the committee meetings to be, they are already being recorded, but for them to be easily accessible to people. And so that's being worked on right now. So hopefully we'll have an update at a future meeting on that. Is there any further general public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay, then next we will move to item 3A. Which is a resolution of support for a fair and equitable BART redistricting strategy as required by the District Act. I am introducing this along with Director Simon, who is chair of BART's redistricting committee, and we are introducing it based on feedback we've gotten at the public meetings, where the public kind of likes the process so far and thinks, you know, our team, who we'll hear from in the next item, are doing great work based on data. But then in the end, the BART board could just throw all of that out and do whatever we wanted. And, you know, two of us could get in a back room and figure out our own districts. So I thought it was important for us as a board to say that this is going to be a fair process, that we're going to listen to the feedback, both from our experts and from the public. And that even though we aren't bound by all the laws that cities and counties are, we're going to, you know, try to move within those as much as possible, given our other considerations like BART stations. So I think this is what we're already doing with the process that's been set out and led by Director Simon. But I think it's important for us to make a statement about it. And Director Simon, do you have anything to add?
I do. First of all, President Salzman, I really want to thank you for lifting this, not only the resolution, but the issue back to the board. Clearly, the BART Board of Directors only participates in this activity every 10 years. And so my first time as chair, I'm learning with you. And the district secretary's office has worked diligently with our consultants and with our communication staff over the past few months to do as much as we can to educate the folks in all of our districts about what's going on. Clearly, there's more opportunity. There's more opportunity for voice. There's more opportunity for sharing. There's more communications opportunity before this board. Per your resolution, it's extremely critical for us to be talking about this extremely important and really binding process, the decisions that we make will affect not just us electeds, but the constituents and who represents them. So I'm just extremely thankful, ridiculously supportive, not only of the resolution, but your leadership in making sure that we're not just having these meetings within the committee structure, or we're discussing these items during the committee structures, that we're actually talking about redistricting. We're meeting our consultants within the board space. So again, I'm very, very thankful to you for your leadership, and I'm excited for our staff to hear where we are, and clearly open to any thoughts or suggestions about how we move forward. It's an exciting time. We have an exciting team. Our consultants are tight, and the district secretary's office has done a fantastic job, along with Alicia's office, in moving us to this point. So I'll hand it back to you.
Great. I will see if we have any public comments, and then we'll go to board comments. Doesn't look like it, but just making sure.
Not at this time.
Okay, then we will go. Is there any comments by any board members? And if not, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move the item.
Second.
So we have a motion by Vice President Lee, and a second by Director Rayburn. Let's go to the vote.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames, Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. So now we will go to item 3B, an update on redistricting, and this is for information. And I will pass it back to our district secretary to lead this one.
Good morning, Alex.
District Secretary.
I'm waiting for Jesus to get back on here. Good morning, Jesus.
Good morning.
So this morning, we're presenting to you the redistricting consultants for BART districts of GeoNovo, and they've been working really hard with our community outreach and our directors on the redistricting of the BART districts. And today they're going to start with giving you an update on what the redistricting process is as a whole, and what different types of maps and reiteration drafts that they have come up with so far.
Thank you, District Secretary. Thank you, BART Board of Directors for having us today. Today, we'll be providing a redistricting briefing to the entire board. We wanted to really get you all in the same place at the same time. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and jump into a screen share, and we'll go ahead and jump into the presentation. And can everybody see my screen?
You're fine, Alex.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll go ahead and jump right into the presentation. This is going to be a briefing to the board of directors for what GeoNovo is doing with the redistricting process and how we are proceeding so far. As a high-level recap, redistricting is the process of adjusting or rebalancing district boundaries every 10 years after the release of decennial census data. This process occurs for federal, state, and local government bodies who have districts for elected officials. At a high level, the goal of this process is to create population balanced districts, ensuring equal representation between those districts. We are making excellent progress in the redistricting process so far. The GeoNovo team, in collaboration with the BART Redistricting Committee and Office of the District Secretary, we've gone through public meetings 1, 2, and 3. Public meeting 4 is scheduled for this Saturday, January 15th, 2022. Proposed maps and demographic data for proposed plans have been provided to the BART Board of Directors, and we will also be showing those later in the presentation. Technology tools have been demonstrated and made available to the public. If for those members of the public who may be attending the meeting today, The tech demonstration specifically and all the entirety of the presentations were made during recorded public meetings and should be accessible to those interested members of the public. The following tasks are ongoing and will continue for the remainder of the redistricting process. The first being public redistricting meetings. So that would be meetings 4 through 6. As I mentioned a few moments ago, public meeting 4 is scheduled for this Saturday, January 15th, 2022. And then preceding meetings will be after that and as posted on the redistricting calendar. We will update proposed maps and demographic data based on input from the public and redistricting committee. And we will continue our coordination with the Office of the District Secretary and Redistricting Committee to provide information to the public. The California Fair Maps Act was passed in 2019. I'd like to give just a brief overview here to clarify a few relevant items to the board and the public regarding this particular law. The Fair Maps Act currently applies to cities and counties within the state of California, as President Saltzman mentioned when introducing the resolution. For now, this does not apply to special districts such as BART, but in an effort to promote transparency, fairness, information throughout this process, BART is really going the extra mile to ensure a fair and inclusive redistricting process. Geo Novo incorporates these best practices codified into law via the California Fair Maps Act. Not only does following these best practices ensure that the process that BART is going above and beyond to be as fair and transparent as possible, but this may also be beneficial if the law is extended to include special districts in the future. As I mentioned, the intent of the California Fair Maps Act is to encourage transparency and fairness throughout the redistricting process. The law provides the following criteria for creation of district boundaries. The criteria as listed on the top of the slide here, they're listed in order of priority, and they are implemented to the extent practicable. Number 1, districts shall be geographically contiguous. Number 2, districts shall maintain the geographic integrity of neighborhoods and communities of interest. Number 3, minimize the division of cities or census designated places, CDPs. Number 4, districts shall be easily identifiable by natural and/or artificial barriers. And 5, districts shall be as geographically compact as possible. Let's see. BART has established a public meeting schedule for redistricting. The schedule is available on BART.gov and includes various times of day, morning, afternoon, evening, and various days of the week, during the week and during the weekends, to enable community members with varying schedules to participate if they are interested in the process. The final public redistricting meeting will be held in February 2022. For those interested members of the public and for the board, if you'd like to go to the BART redistricting website, you can go directly to BART.gov. There's a link on the main page. I included the icon here in the slide. And there should also be links to the technology tools and the maps that we've submitted, that Geo Novo, the consultant, has submitted on the redistricting page. Geo Novo offers a full suite of technology tools to assist with redistricting. Our interactive mapping tool enables the public to create draft districts and communities of interest from a publicly accessible web map. Our GeoCIM, or Community Input Map tool, is a lightweight survey-based tool for submitting communities of interest, which we have received some feedback on that recently, which is great to see. This is a great option for those who may be on a less robust broadband connection, or those who are using mobile devices. The BART districts and demographic data web map enables users to view current and proposed districts and demographic data for the BART service area. The web map also includes a handy slider tool, which is especially useful for comparing current and proposed districts, which we will jump into with the tech demos here. So let me go ahead and stop this screen share, and I will jump into the technology demos before opening the floor to questions. Okay, can everybody see my screen okay?
That's pretty small.
Huh, okay, let me try to start the screen share again. Is that a little bit better?
Yes, Alex.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we have our online mapping tool. As you can see here, if you just go to geonovo.net, there's a BART page here. We've submitted the links for this page. The blue button enables users to go to the draft district page. The red button enables communities of interest. So we'll just go right over into the BART area. Let's zoom into the Fremont area. And so all the lines here, you see, these are census blocks. These are essentially the containers for population within the entire BART service area. So Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco counties. If you use the slider tool here to adjust the brush size, you can either select just a few or one or a few blocks at a time, or if you increase the size, it'll select many blocks at a time. If you just click on the map, it'll select those blocks, and you'll see the population numbers for that selection adjust as you're putting as you're adding blocks to your draft map. You can select a different each color here. There's 9 colors, so that if you'd like to draw all 9 districts, you are definitely able to do that. Based on some feedback that we received from the public and from the board, we did add some additional content that may make drawing the maps and using this tool a bit easier. So as you can see here, there's plenty of population data, including perfectly balanced population, population variance between the currently drafted districts, the total unassigned population, but we've also added some data layers. I know that we had one board, at least one, if not several board members to mention that it would be helpful to have the current districts available on the map so that you can view those as a point of context, as a frame of reference when drawing draft districts. We have also included the BART stations, which let's see, I think those, yep. So you can see those the little blue icons. This area is actually, as you're all aware, these areas are fairly dense in population. So there's actually several census blocks around here. But you can turn the BART stations on and off. We also have the lines for each of the counties. So let's Alameda County. You should be able to see that. Yep, you'll see the label, and you'll also see if you go out towards the county boundary, you'll see that county boundary line drawn on the map. So this tool also enables once you're done drafting a map. You can save that map. So we'll call this BART December 12th, 2022. Oh, December 13th. My mistake. And you can save that map and it'll show up in the public map gallery, which we think will be quite helpful for users who may be using this tool. The next item that I have is our BART redistricting dashboard. This could be a very helpful tool because it takes a great deal of census and what we call in the demographic world CVAP, which stands for Citizen Voting Age Population. It takes these two data sets and presents them in a visually engaging and we're hoping an easy to use way so that the public and the members of the BART board will be able to get a nice snapshot, a good understanding of the data at a high level. So as you can see here, the top row is census population data. The bottom row here is going to be CVAP or Citizen Voting Age Population data. We've included the web map, which we'll go into further detail in the next tech demo. But you'll see as you can tab through, if you go to the bottom of this pane here, you'll see this is BART current districts, population breakdown between districts 1 through 9. And you can also see the proposed plans and the demographic breakdown of each of the 4 largest ethnic groups within those plans. So Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and we've done something very similar for CVAP, Citizen Voting Age Population, current districts, followed by Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. With the census data, or the population data, I should say, that is composed of population data using the 2020 census. All of this is at the block level. And CVAP, or Citizen Voting Age Population, is using the most current year available, which is the 2019 American Community Survey. So just a point of reference in case either the BART board or members of the public are wondering where this data is being drawn from. So the last item that I have in the tech demonstrations is our BART districts and demographic mapping data tool. We're hoping that this will be especially helpful for the directors, the redistricting committee, public members who may want to see, maybe they don't want to see the districts at a super high level. They want to get a little bit more into the details. And I know that I received some input regarding the ability to see districts at all the way down to the street level, which if you were to zoom in here on the web map, I mean we can see right down to the individual street and house level. So you can drill down as far as you like. If I head over here, let's actually go over to San Francisco. I mentioned the slider tool during the PowerPoint presentation. And if we pull up one of our proposed plans, let's just go start with Plan A. If we pull up our slider tool, you'll see that the current districts have the colored fill for those polygon areas. And then if you slide over the map, you'll see that we can take those off. And if we slide to the right, we're basically just draping those back on, kind of like a pulling a tarp on and off, a transparent tarp on and off of these proposed plans. So you'll see, you can clearly see the border changes between districts 7, 8, and 9 in the San Francisco area. We have the same functionality for the other 2 draft plans, which Jesus will be digging into more detail later on in the presentation. What we've also done is, for those who may be interested in demographic breakdowns for certain ethnic groups, we have included block level information to show concentrations of various ethnic groups within the BART service area. As you'll see, darker colors correspond to higher concentrations. And then you'll see here, Hispanic population in this particular block group, almost 75%. Whereas in this block group here, you'll see it's down to 6.5%. We've done the same thing for African-American and Asian populations. And same thing applies to these other ethnic groups. So you'll see darker colors corresponding to higher population concentration, and then lighter colors corresponding to lower concentrations of population. So we're hoping that this tool is beneficial to those who may want a high level demographic breakdown for certain areas. The BART area, is 3 counties, over 3.7 million people. So it's a lot of data to go through, and we're hoping that these tools make that data a bit more visually engaging and approachable to those who might be interested in learning more. To conclude the tech demonstrations, we do have the GeoCIM tool as well. For those on a mobile device, I'm actually working from a laptop right now, so it's not going to pull my location as it would from a mobile device. So we'll just go ahead and zoom in here. Let's focus on the area around this station. If you go ahead and click on this little icon in the top right corner, that'll bring up a cursor, and it'll allow you to start drawing. Just point and click, double click or double tap on the mobile device to finish. The pencil tool enables you to change the dimensions of your community of interest. It can be either shrunk or expanded. And if, say, for example, maybe you want to start from scratch, start with a different area, this little trash can icon enables the user to delete their area and then start the process over again. So let's go ahead and maybe draw an area around the station. And there we go. We can say, is this a community of interest? What is the community name? We'll say BART Union City Test. Don't want this to get confused for the other public input we've had. Users have the ability to share comments, which as GeoNovo receives comments within this tool, we are taking these into consideration, as they may impact the future proposed boundaries as we go through the process. Affiliation, if this could be a formal group such as a voter advocacy group or a public interest group, or it could be an informal group such as a neighborhood. Doesn't really matter. If you have an affiliation that you'd like to identify, you can go ahead and add that in the tool. We've also made it so that you can select images if you'd like to the tool. Let's see, let's add the BART logo, and we'll go ahead and submit. And there we go. It's a, we wanted to make it as simple as possible. Mostly text with a little bit of mapping thrown in there for good measure. So that concludes the tech demonstrations, and I'll go ahead and open up the floor now to questions from the board and the public. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. So we'll first check to see if we have public comment, and then we will go to the board. I don't see anyone, but let's give everybody a couple seconds if anybody would like to make public comment, and if not, we can go to the board and we'll go to Director Aber.
Thank you, Chair Saltzman. Alex, in your presentation, you had a slide that put the criteria for drawing the single-member district lines in the priority order. And is that derived from FairMap, from the Constitution, California Constitution?
So those criteria are from the California Fair Maps Act. As stated during the presentation, these are not specifically geared towards special districts at this time. They're mostly intended for cities and counties, but they are directly from the California Fair Maps Act, which if you'd like, we can forward you the information.
No, I'm actually looking at the California Constitution, Act 21, redistricting of Senate, Assembly, congressional, and equalization board districts. And in that, it notes the commission shall establish single member districts, and then continues using the following criteria set forth in the following order of priority. Your order indicated contiguity first. Is that
yes?
And I'm reading this, and it says, number one, districts shall comply with the United States Constitution to achieve population equality. Number two, districts shall comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. Number three, districts shall be contiguous, geographically contiguous. And then number four, geographic integrity of cities, counties, local neighborhoods or communities of interest. And then number five ends where you ended, with the to the extent practicable, there shall be districts shall be drawn to encourage geographical compactness. So that goes down the list. So
sure.
I'm just wondering, did you intend to? I mean, the first two, equality, and has been practiced since 1790 in trying to draw congressional districts with the census, and number two since 1965 with the Voting Rights Act passage.
Yeah, no, those are that is correct. So I'm not sure I understand what your specific question was. Was there a question there, or was that more of a?
You indicated the order of priority, and it's not the same order of priority that's was adopted by the Fair Maps Act.
Yeah, so we may be looking at separate documents. I'd be glad to have a separate discussion. But we did pull this information directly from the California Fair Maps Act, and maybe just to state to the board and to the interested members of the public who are attending, our goal and our priority through this process is to ensure that the districts that are proposed, that are eventually adopted, are roughly equal in population, that account for
right,
allowing any protected class, to have a majority where possible, and we're taking those and many other factors into consideration to ensure that the process is as fair and transparent as possible.
My read of the California Constitution and the fair, as modified by the Fair Maps Act, places the equal population and the Voting Rights Act as numbers 1 and 2 in terms of prioritization. That's
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's listed. Perhaps it is listed differently in AB Assembly Bill 8849, but that is where we acquired our information.
Okay, well, a quick code search for the California Constitution. Again, Article 21, redistricting.
Yeah, and so just I hope to clarify here, the items that were listed during the presentation were specific to the California Fair Maps Act, which was passed in 2019. We are aware that there are other items that are listed in the California Voting Rights Act, in the California Constitution, in the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. In this case, particularly regarding Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, for fairness, for protected classes and groups. But for the sake of the presentation, we were specifically focusing in on those items listed in Assembly Bill 849, the California Fair Maps Act.
I have a question, Director Rayburn. This is Latifa speaking. Is there a concern that we're not following the law in terms of our process, or because one of the things I would ask, and our consultants have, they've offered to also meet with both members of the public and board members separately, and I think that and I'm really happy that you're bringing up this conversation, but to meet to confer around any parts and components of the process. I do want us to be in 100% compliance around both state and federal law, but I'm wondering in terms of this particular conversation, do you feel satisfied with the response from our consultants around where we are, or would you like to propose an additional?
I think that their work to date has shown the criteria as set out by the California Constitution, as modified by the Fair Maps Act. And so I'm just a little concerned that we did adopt that we want to see the rules, the general precepts of the Fair Maps Act abided by, and the rules are readily downloadable using a code search for the California Constitution, and it jumps right off the page how to go about this.
Do we have a recommendation for the consultants in terms of how to move forward with
I think we can move forward without making any changes other than that. I believe the slide that presents contiguity number 1 to be off the mark.
I appreciate that. And just one last thing, President Salzman, for folks who don't know, and both the public and members of our staff and leadership, he hates when we call him this, but Dr. Rayburn has a special academic background in both redistricting and ranked choice voting and data collection around the participatory and democratization process. So I'm so thankful for your questions, but I do want to make sure you have access to. We actually need your support in working with our consultants on the committee. So I'm hoping that you'll continue to be in conversation with them. President Salzman?
Yeah, I was just going to say it'd be helpful if you talked offline with the consultants to figure out so our language is consistent moving forward. And thank you. Yep. So next we'll go to Director Allen.
Thank you. And I want to thank our team. The team is the consultants and the committee that is spending their time on this, and the public as part of the team. Thank everyone for the work that's being done here. I did reach out early on when the first versions of this online tool were issued, and I want to thank you for making some substantial changes so that we can see the street level data. That's important. I have not been able to jump back onto this tool since we last talked, Alex, but one other thing that I struggled with when I was attempting to, draw some maps and look at some things before is that, and you illustrated this here today, is that at the end, when you draw your community of interest or whatever it is you're trying to do, that you then save it. And my experience was, well, first of all, the first time I attempted it, I spent about an hour and a half or 2 hours before I saved it. And then some internet glitch happened and I lost my whole 2 hours worth of work, okay, because it had not been saved. Now, the next time I attempted to work with it, I said, oh, hey, well, I got to save this. So now what happens is every time I do a little piece, I got to save it, and it appears as a new thing publicly online for everyone to see every single time I take the last one and make a change and then save the next one, and now it's a new map. And that is really cumbersome too. I want to be in, and maybe it's just us, me as a director, I'm sure others feel this too. Sometimes we only have 30 minutes here and 30 minutes there, and maybe in 3 days from now, I got another 30 minutes to spend on it. And so I'm just wondering, is there a solution for this, or do I have to keep saving these maps on the public website every time I pull a new one and make a change?
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's just we can look into this and see if there's ways that we can improve it. We have as you mentioned, we have taken some time to implement some improvements already, but we can definitely look into it to see if we can improve the drawing speed of the application, especially for those. I'm not sure if there's many members who may be accessing this from maybe less robust broadband connections, but we'll definitely look into potential enhancements to improve the performance of the application, most definitely.
Yeah, I don't think it's the application speed that I'm talking about. I think it's really the director speed. and I'm just looking for a way to be able to save my work without it actually becoming in, some online public document that everybody, looks at and says, oh, look what Director Allen wants to do. But it's not really, I'm not finished, right? And so that's really the struggle here.
Okay, yeah, so specific to the saving functionality, we can look into see if we can allow you to save, or not just you, but since you're asking the question, but anyone using the application.
Yeah, I'm sure it applies to anyone who wants
to see if we can enable users to save their work in progress and then maybe have some kind of a final submission when they're ready to make it available on public gallery.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Thanks.
We'll definitely look into that. We appreciate that comment. We're always, this feedback is great to help us make the application better.
Thank you. Next is Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the District Secretary's office for getting us where we are today. I know we've had a lot of challenges with COVID and census data and a lot of deadlines. So I appreciate that you got this in front of us, and hopefully we are on course to land smoothly in a few months with some new districts. And I want to thank the folks at GeoInnovo. As Director Allen mentioned, I too was concerned about the tool. You've made some great changes to it. Adding the existing district layers to me is invaluable. So thank you for that little fix that I think really helps provide sort of an easy way to compare changes to the existing districts. But I had a question around how you're developing these proposed maps. So, and it's kind of a two-part question. Who determines if the feedback to modify the maps is acceptable? What if someone says, all the stations that start with the letter M should be a Marks district? Or what if someone says there should be equity among all of the districts with the number of BART stations, which I think is a good thing.
Sure.
How do you decide what you want to accept or reject, if you will, and how do those make their way into revisions to the map? Maybe today I love map A, but you make a tweak to it and now map A1 isn't my favorite. How do you accept that? How do you change it? And then how will you present that back to the full board?
Yeah, great questions, Director Foley. Let me see if I can take those one at a time. So as far as the criteria used to create the proposed districts, so there are certain demographic and population criteria that we take into consideration when when creating any proposed set of districts. As a best practice, any set of draft districts, 1 through 9, the variance between the highest population and lowest population district should not be more than 10%. Obviously, the closer we can have to perfect balance is ideal, but anything more than 10% would be disqualified, per our demographic analysis. Another thing that we take into consideration is if there is an opportunity, which we have not seen so far, but if there is an opportunity to create a VRA or Voting Rights Act district, which just means if there's 50% plus 1 of population and CVAP, which is citizen voting age population, of a protected class or group, we will take the opportunity to create that district. And there's also other factors that get taken into consideration, like in this case, especially for BART, because you're a transportation district, the potential to divide the stations as equally as possible between directors, provide information regarding the start and destination points for certain stations. And actually, I think this is a great time to let Jesus, our demographer, provide some more detailed information on some of the plans, because I think that the information that he has available will speak directly to some of the questions that you just asked, Director Foley. So if I can let Jesus take the floor from here.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Director Foley. So yes, Alex did mention the criteria that we're following, and of course, equal balance is number one, and then as he mentioned, looking at whether we have a VRA is a second criteria. Fortunately for BART, we also had a starting point. We had lines that in our previous presentation showed were reasonable within population at about 11% or so deviation from that. So we've developed 3 plans. I don't know if you'd like me to go into much detail on them at this point, or whether we want to continue with the discussion. But basically, each of the plans have a separate vision for them. The first plan, just at a high level, what the goal was to create districts that maximized opportunities for protected classes, Asian, Latino, African American, to have 1 or 2 or board members, possibly a majority. And we were not able to achieve that with regard to a VRA district, but we did create several districts that were influenced population-wise. The second plan, just again in high-level terms, is a plan that used the current boundaries with minimal changes as possible, yet to account for population balance. So that was the goal of the second plan. The third plan, the focus of the third plan was a little more creative in that we utilized BART stations as communities of interest. Now there's lots of, as Alex mentioned at the beginning, BART is over 1,500 square miles, 75 cities and places, 3.7 million people, and 131.4 miles of track. I got that off your website, and over 50 stations. So it's a lot of stuff that needs to be brought in to try to develop lines. The third plan, tries to take it from the standpoint of the commuter. Both the commuters, people that go to the BART station, and I was so glad to hear about that young man that was using it as a lifeline, BART as a lifeline, and as utility, 3.7 million people, the Bay Area isn't made up of multi-tech millionaires, billionaires. There's a lot of regular folks that go in and out doing their regular business of work or school or otherwise. The third plan takes that into account in that we try to equalize the load of a BART station among directors as much as possible, either whole or shared. But then more importantly, that last proposal takes into account the origins and important the destinations of schools, hospitals, government, other events of people. And so that was our goal with each plan. They each have a different vision, but they all comply with the law regarding the Fair Maps Act, population balance, and again, to the extent possible, ensuring protected classes of people are able to elect someone of their choice. So I have a lot more tables, a lot more data that I can go into, but at a high level, that's sort of where we're at. And we're trying to be holistic in our approach of creating the BART lines. And I hope that answers both your question, Dr. Foley, and Dr. Rayburn. Definitely thank you for your comments and concerns. We're trying to incorporate everyone's input into the creation of the lines. And I forgot to mention the geography of BART. You know, you have valleys and mountains and oceans, and it's a great project. And thank you for this opportunity. And I'll leave it at that. I can continue as we go on. I hope that answered your question, Director Foley, for at least this point.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, do we have any other board comments or questions? Director Rayburn.
Thank you again. And looking at the plan B and versus plan A, when they were first revealed, I was very concerned about plan A because plan B and plan C subsequently I think plan C looks a lot like B modified. And I liked what they did, particularly with regard to the Voting Rights Act, because B and C have essentially minority-majority districts in 6 of the 9 districts, whereas Plan A dilutes minority voting strength. And that, to me, is a line that we cannot cross. And that's partly why I wanted to reiterate that the California Constitution continues to put the population equity and the Federal Voting Rights Act at the top before we start in drawing the lines. And in fact, a key protection in the 1965 Voting Rights Act, particularly Section 2, is to include a variety of electoral practices in the districting plans that creates opportunities for minority representation. So Plan A that creates 4 white majority districts is in conflict with that plan. And there are a number of dominoes that are related to making sort of the large changes that occur, particularly between districts 4, 3, and 7. And one of those dominoes is that communities of interest are broken up in Plan A. And we think of, at BART, urban, metro versus suburban. And those are distinct communities of interest, and they get broken up in the East Bay using this Plan A. But there's another domino that came to mind when I started reviewing the state's Senate districts. And that's that after the Redistricting Commission completed the redistricting line drawing in early mid-December, then they spent the rest of the next week or so renumbering those Senate districts, because senators, like BART directors, are elected in a election cycle. So not all BART directors are elected every election. And what happens with that election cycle and the renumbering in Plan A is that all of the members the population that would be in District 4, for example, that been shifted over to District 7 or District 3 would be put in a different election cycle. And in essence, moving from the even numbered District 4 to the odd numbered districts, they would be added, they would have an additional 2 years of wait before they could vote in a BART election. And I asked Alex if he had a calculation for the total shift in population from District 4 to Districts 3 and 7. Did you come up with a number?
Yeah, so to your point, Director Rayburn, we have created data tables showing the population shifts between districts. That list of data tables Jesus, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's well over 100 pages in length. I'd rather not go into all of that at the moment, but it is quite a bit of detailed information, broken down by city, by the changes between the proposed BART director districts. So we'd be happy to go over that with you. But for the sake of the public presentation and in the interest of time, maybe this may not be the best forum to go into to drill into that level of granularity and detail.
Well, I'm not so concerned about granularity as sort of the big tent and the entire island of Alameda, city of Alameda, has what, 78,000 population. And that means 78,000 people would essentially be disenfranchised from voting. And then perhaps somewhere between 50 and 100,000 in the city of Oakland would be disenfranchised from voting in an election, not every 4 years, but they would have to wait 6 years to vote for a BART director. So that's one of the dominoes that I think should be taken into consideration, along with what I see as a fatal flaw in Plan A, in that it absolutely disenfranchises minority voters by creating an additional white majority district. That's all I have to say.
So I just want to follow up on the part about some people are going to get to vote 2 years earlier, some people are going to get to vote 2 years later. But it seems to me that all of the plans include that. There's going to be some substantial portion of the population that switches. And there's no way to draw the districts fairly with all of the other considerations we have without doing that, because the population has changed. So I don't want to get too far into this, but I think Director Rayburn, you're of course looking at the district you represent very closely. But if you started to look at all the districts, you'd see that all of the plans have that issue. And I think that's just a reality with any redistricting process. But all of those people will not be disenfranchised because they will have a representative who they can contact about any issue. Their representative might change, and they will ultimately be able to vote in the election where that district comes up. So it won't really change. It's just a number of years. And I think most voters are okay with that. And maybe they're not used to it happening, but it's happened to them many times before in various redistricting efforts, and maybe they didn't notice. But I'm guessing most voters can't tell you when their BART board member is coming up for re-election. So
no, I agree, they can't. But one issue that the California Redistricting Commission was faced with was in renumbering the districts, and they did renumber districts. They sought to minimize that total number of people that would end up being disenfranchised for an additional 2 years. And so, I don't know that we want to go down that road for a plan that I see as being flawed. But to go down that road, then we would need to assess the shifts overall. But I can tell you that the shift, at least in District 4, 2, 7, and 3, in the cities of Alameda and Oakland, represent probably about 200,000 population.
Okay, so maybe offline we could get some data on how all of the plans have this impact on some people, whether they're District 4 or 6 or wherever they are.
I think it
And
would be fair to
we'll see.
to make that assessment.
I
and
think that's fine,
determine.
and I think that's already been agreed to. So maybe we could get that offline. And I did want to check in. I don't have further substantive comments because I've been participating in the process since the beginning, and really appreciate everything that's been done. All of the effort by our district secretary and her team, by the consultant team, by the committee, by the public. And I just wanted you to lay out, you gave us the kind of timeline of the public meetings. I'm glad we had this meeting today with the board because it's the first time we brought it to the board. But how many more times are you coming back to the board? Or is it going to be you come back for the final vote? I want to make sure, since we've had some pretty substantive issues brought back today, that we have some opportunities for more back and forth so we don't get to the vote and have some major issues outstanding.
President Saltzman, is that question directed to the consultants?
Or Jackie, if you want to answer that, whoever, I don't know.
So what would you like? So we're trying to wrap up the outreach meetings as is required, and those are wrapped up February 2nd. Alex, at what point did you plan on submitting the maps that we are proposing to the board?
Yeah, that's a great question. So typically the final map is adopted and approved, in this case by the redistricting committee. Typically that occurs on the day of the last public meeting. If the redistricting committee would prefer to have that at a later date after the last public meeting, we can certainly accommodate that. Then once the final lines are approved, we will collaborate with BART to submit all necessary data to the 3 counties.
So the board, my understanding is the full board needs to approve.
Correct.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying, is there a plan to, after the public meetings, how many times are you coming back to the board before you're coming to us for a vote? What are those dates if you know them, but at least figuring out how
since we have the board workshop after the last outreach meeting, as soon as we can come back to the board would be on the 24th, not unless we have a special meeting.
Okay.
I was hoping to get them approved by the 24th. So Matt, can we have special meetings on this subject without approval?
Is your question, is this, yes, the board can have a special meeting to approve a redistricting.
So do we need to, what is the deadline for us to approve? I thought it was in March, am I wrong?
The deadline is in April.
April,
That's
okay,
that's not the issue that I have. Okay. I'm trying to alleviate our districts being voted on as at-large seats, because we're a special district. So if I don't get the information to the county recorders at a certain time frame, then our seats are, so I'm trying, exactly. So we're a little special. We're not a city government. So we have to have our information sent to the county recorders by a certain time.
What is that date?
They've been bugging me since November. So and with a date. So I want to make sure that I'm trying to get it to them by mid-March.
I think it's going to be challenging for us to have the first real hearing on the maps on the February 24th and to vote on them that day. So whether we need to have a special meeting or it could just be voted on the first meeting in March, and maybe you can figure that out between now and then. I'm seeing some shaking. It looks like folks agree. But we had a lot of substantive conversation today. There's been a lot of substantive conversation. The redistricting committee, I think once we have the maps, there are going to be a lot more questions and comments. And I think we might make better decisions if we then have a couple weeks to think on it after we've had some conversations and ask questions. So if you could get back to us maybe in a memo and just let us know the schedule.
So Matt, let me ask you this. So our last outreach meeting is February 2nd. In the middle of that, we have the board workshop. Presenting of this information to the board without not in a meeting setting, we would have to have a special district, correct?
A special meeting.
Special meeting, correct.
Yeah, right, which requires 24 hours notice, but nothing prevents us from giving more than 24 hours notice for a special meeting.
So I want to, what I'm trying to do is after we have our last outreach meeting, I don't want to wait a whole month to bring it forth to you on the 24th. I want to be able to I want to have him wrap up the comments, send you the proposed maps so that you have the time to go over them, have discussions also with the consultants, and have a meeting to discuss them. Several if need be.
So I guess I'll check in with the board. Do folks feel comfortable having the 2-day board workshop in February and having an additional special meeting and then having our regular second meeting in February? Do people have the capacity for that? If so, then we can have a special meeting. But if not, I'd like us to look into if we can bring this February 24th and then bring it to the first meeting in March if the counties will wait that long. So maybe just a show of hands, who would be able to make themselves available for a special meeting on this? And we'll obviously do a poll to figure out timing. Okay, yeah, it seems like I don't, for working folks, it might be a lot to ask considering it's a pretty full month. It looks like most people, but some people are iffy. So I guess maybe I can follow up offline with you, Jackie, and we can figure out if there are options to approve this in early March. And if not, if we can find a time that works for everybody for a special meeting. Okay. Thank you. Are there any, I see we now have a hand raised, although we did public comment already, but I will still take the public comment. I'll reopen it. Go back to public comment.
You may address the board. Last for number 7107.
Okay, hello, this is Pat Tyrus. I've asked a question at several of the outreach meetings previously, but I think it's important that all of the directors and the public be aware of the question. And that is, what is being done to make sure that the nuances of the maps are fully accessible to people with visual disabilities? And it probably, just as a comment, it would probably be helpful if you both consult with and inform the accessibility task force. So it's important that everybody be able to know what the differences between the maps are. Thank you.
Thank you. Has that been answered previously at one of the meetings? And if not, can there be an answer now? And I think it's a good suggestion to have this at least shared with our task force, even if just in a memo.
So to answer your question, Pat, we posed this question to our Bob Franklin, who is over our accessibility department, and we have been communicating with the Lighthouse Group in San Francisco, with working with us to help us on your question. So we are working towards resolving your issue and your concern.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think we can close this item and we will go to the next item, which is 4A, the Office of the Inspector General's audit plan. So I will turn it over to Inspector General Richardson. I think she needs to be promoted.
So Alex and Jesus, thank you for your time this morning. And I'll see you on Saturday at 9 a.m.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, District Secretary. And just as a closing comment to address some of the concerns here, we are perfectly willing to make ourselves available to the individual members of the board or anyone who would like to meet with us to discuss the data. And again, thank you for the opportunity to provide this briefing today.
Thank you. So let's now move on to item 4A.
Thank you. Jackie, you can pull up the PowerPoint.
Yes, I can. Harriet, you're all set?
Pardon me?
You're all set?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, board directors, and thank you for having me here to present the OIG's audit plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2024. Next slide, please. So these next two slides provide some background on our requirements for conducting audits. There are two primary statutes that govern our work. The first one is the OIG's enabling statute in the Public Utilities Code, and the second one is California Government Code, section 1236. So the Public Utilities Code requires that we conduct audits of the district's programs and operations. It also requires that we examine the district's operating practices to identify fraud, waste, and opportunities for efficiencies in the administration of programs and operations, opportunities to improve the quality of data, and that we identify best practices, and also then that we make recommendations based on our findings. Government Code Section 1236 requires government agencies that conduct audits to do so in compliance with either the professional auditing standards issued by the Institute of Internal Auditors or the government auditing standards issued by the Comptroller General of the United States. Because we are considered an external audit function, we will follow the government auditing standards when conducting our audits. Next slide, please. Except for investigations, our mandated functions under the Public Utilities Code all fit within the government auditing standards definition of a performance audit. The objectives of a performance audit vary widely, but they typically are designed to evaluate and identify ways to improve program performance and operations, reduce costs, determine compliance with laws, regulations, policies, and procedures, and terms of contracts and grant agreements, and contribute to public accountability. The performance audit standards specifically require an assessment of internal controls that are significant to the audit objectives, including whether internal control deficiencies result in waste or abuse or are otherwise the cause for unsatisfactory program performance. The standards also require that we validate the reliability of data that we use to support our conclusions and assess the risk of fraud occurring that is significant within the context of the audit objectives. Though performance audit objectives will vary widely from audit to audit, they also typically look at whether management meets its responsibilities for using public resources, carrying out its public functions, and providing services to the public effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, and equitably. These concepts are commonly referred to as the 5 E's. Next slide, please. Risk assessments are a common way for auditors to identify what areas are most likely to identify opportunities for improvement when conducting a performance audit. Because of our newness to BART, we determined that conducting a risk assessment would help us determine what functions we should audit while serving the dual purpose of helping us become more familiar with BART's operations. We contracted with TAP International, a consultant who has conducted both risk assessments and performance audits of many government agencies, including transit agencies, to assist us in conducting the risk assessment. They assessed BART's activities among multiple dimensions and concluded that the areas that would most benefit from a performance audit are those that would identify opportunities for improving the quality of the use of data, the quality and use of data, internal controls, performance outcomes, potential for achieving cost savings, and business processes. These areas excuse me, these areas all scored above a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 for either the opportunity to improve for improvement or the potential impact that an audit would have. These are the numbered risk categories in the orange to red areas on the risk assessment graphic on the slide. I want to emphasize that just because a function received a high score in any of these areas does not mean that is ineffectively or inefficiently managed, or that it is not meeting its goals or objectives. Instead, it means that there is some aspect of it that presents an opportunity for improvement. Next slide, please. When selecting actual topics for our audit plan, we have to factor in that we have limited resources and that we also need to do investigations, which are an unknown as to ongoing resource needs based on the number and complexity of what is reported to us. So we considered additional factors to narrow our choices for what to audit. These included relevance, meaning that an audit would have the ability to affect decision-making, best practices, meaning an audit would provide an opportunity to compare BART's practices to others, which is also a requirement in our statute and a common practice for performance audits. Opportunity for improvement, meaning an audit would provide opportunities to enhance accountability, transparency, and operating practices in the context of the 5 E's. Actionable, meaning the audit would likely result in actionable recommendations that are practical and feasible. Input, meaning the audit would incorporate concerns that have been expressed to me or my staff by board directors, management, employees, the public, or other stakeholders. Strategic plan framework, meaning BART's strategic plan framework, meaning the audit would enhance the district's ability to achieve goals in its strategic plan framework. And in addition to all of those, we also considered our statutory requirements to look at capital projects. Next slide, please. Based on all of this, we selected 7 topics to audit during this year and the next 2 fiscal years, including 5 that we would do ourselves and 2 that we would expect to contract out. The 5 we would do ourselves are span of control, employee compensation and reporting, construction contract change orders, contract solicitation practices, and inventory management. The 2 that we would recommend be done by consultants are an organizational assessment of BART's financial structure and asset management. Excuse me, sorry. For each of these, we've listed preliminary objectives in the audit plan, but those are subject to change as we go through the audit planning process and conduct the audits. We've also listed the anticipated value for each of the audits. We have started preliminary work on the span of control audit, which we expect to complete by the end of 2022. BART management has contributed half of the cost for conducting the organizational assessment of BART's financial structure audit. That audit is currently underway and is being conducted by Schoberg Eveshank Consulting for $94,750. We had originally estimated that that audit would cost under $100,000, so we were very close on that. Schoberg Eveshank Consulting is based out of Sacramento and specializes in conducting performance audits and performing other consulting services to government agencies. We expect to have a final report for the audit sometime in March. We would ask that BART contribute the funding to conduct the asset management audit, which we estimated will cost about $250,000, and that we do not have funds for in our own budget. We believe that this is a very important area to audit, particularly given the feedback we received in our meetings with staff during the risk assessment process. The audit plan includes the preliminary audit objectives and anticipated value for each audit. So I won't go through those in detail now, but I am able to answer any questions you might have about any of the audits we have planned. Next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation, and I am ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Before I go to board members, can we go to public comment?
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. thank you for the presentation. I've mentioned about meeting Harriet in the past, and it was very good. But I continue to emphasize the importance of BART being an organization that is able to inspect and verify and evaluate and measure. I hope that you had gotten to read my most recent letter titled Comments from the Platform, in which I wrote about my feelings of the importance of inspection and measurement and evaluation, and that this function of auditing can expand to many different aspects of running a railroad. And I am taking my liberty to speak on this because I am a rider of BART that pays fare. And therefore, when I am paying fare, I expect that the money that I am giving unto you in exchange for taking me somewhere will result for me in having the safest, most reliable, and most equitable experience. And so how can we ensure that all of these pieces of the puzzle are working? It takes inspection and verification and measurement. And so I certainly think that this role should be expansive, and there are many ways to do it. So I want to make sure that my Clipper funds make it to the bank, although I use auto load, so I'm not tendering any cash from you. And a lot of people don't know that there is a wheel detection system in the Park Avenue tunnel in New York City. It covers all 4 tracks. And why is that? So that Grand Central Terminal is able to deliver reliable inbound and outbound service, because if you can catch wheel problems early, then you don't have to worry about fouling up a platform with a train that can't operate. So how can we do such things at BART, whether it be making sure that the wheels are properly trimmed and smoothed and the rails ground and that the electricity stays on and the money makes it to the bank? I certainly think that the IG has a role in this, because I advocate for this to have a public-facing aspect to this, because inspection is not about being a secret society, but it is one of the many hallmarks that make BART the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment?
Not at this time.
Okay, then we will go to Director Dufty.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And thank you so much, Harriet, for the presentation. And I just wanted to ask around the span of control audit. Will you talk about best practices? And so I do know that some organizations, I guess, particularly next generation employers, have looked at kind of cross hierarchical, sort of different ways of organizing employment, not just, the traditional top-down approach, but, have given consideration to like cross-functional teams and other approaches. And so I just wanted to ask if that will be considered or at least raised in terms of some of the assessments and audit that you do.
Yes. So one of the things, actually, I did a span of control audit many years ago when I worked for King County, and there was not we could not find any other audits at the time, but that audit has since become the model in the audit community for doing a span of control audit. And that is one of the things we looked at, different ways that can be organized. And one of the things that I think is important to understand about this audit is that we will lay out what the structure looks like right now and what kind of options there are, but we won't make recommendations about what the structure should be. That's going to be up to the board and management. It's going to be more of an informational kind of audit for things to consider, but not necessarily, well, you should have this many people here and this many. We're not getting into that that kind of thing. So I want to be clear that about what it is. Also, that there is not one single recommendation for what is the best structure. And I think that's important to understand also, that there are parameters for what a span of control should be, but they vary. There's ranges. So I want to make sure that that's understood, and we can look at, are we out of that range in some areas, within the range in others? So I think that it's going to be informative in that way. I think one of the most informative pieces will be the organization charts that we're developing that will show where everyone is, what the positions are, and how many layers that are within the organization, how many people are within each layer are reporting to one supervisor versus how many report to another supervisor. All of that will be informative and help you look at, should we make some changes or not?
Great. That's a really helpful answer, and I appreciate the elaboration. It gives a lot of context. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is Vice President Lee.
Yeah, thank you, President Saltzman, and Director Duffy. Thank you so much for asking that question. I had a similar question, and Inspector General, thank you for that answer, giving a lot more detail. Well, I appreciate your work in putting together this presentation today. I think that this is giving the board a lot of clarity, I think, for the first time sort of in this public setting as to what does the work of the OIG look like over the coming years. Sort of going off of the question that Director Duffy, the answer you just gave to Director Duffy, how do you, as you develop materials and documentation and some perhaps high level recommendations, et cetera, how do you envision that material? How do you envision us as the board engaging with that? And then maybe whatever detail you can share, how do you envision the district, BART staff to be engaging with that as well?
So there is a very typical practice that we use when we are doing an audit. And that is, for span of control, it's a little bit different because we're starting some of this sort of behind the scenes, and then we'll reach a point where we will reach out to the departments and to management, the departments and the board, which is typically more what we do at the very beginning of an audit. So typically what we would do at the beginning of an audit is we would send out an announcement to management that we're starting this audit. We would notify the board that we're starting this audit. We would ask the board if they have input, want to discuss the audit, want to discuss the scope of work, that they can meet with me to do that, or whoever is conducting the audit to do that. And then we also send out what we call an information request that would ask departments to provide us certain information, which is very typical of what our financial auditor does at the beginning of an audit. And that gives us a starting point to start looking at some background information. We also look at other background information, laws, regulations, contracts, anything that we think may be relevant to conducting the audit. And then we finalize what our audit objectives will be based on that and where we consider the most opportunity for improvement. And we will, if there's data involved, we have to look at the data, analyze the data for reliability before we say, yes, it's reliable enough for us to use to draw our conclusions. And then we would meet with staff as appropriate, meet with management as appropriate, depending again on the scope of the audit. It will vary depending on what the scope of the audit is. And then when we draft our report, we have a process where what we call a technical review, where we would give the draft report to management of the areas that are involved in the audit and BART management. We would set up a meeting where we'd be able to go through that draft report to verify that it's accurate. And accurate does not just mean we differ on opinion. It means that it has to be accurate, factually accurate. So if they disagree with the conclusion, they need to provide supporting documentation. And hopefully they've been forthcoming during a meeting with us, during our meetings and during the audit, where there isn't a lot of that needed at the end. And so if there is enough documentation to support changing something in a report, we would do that before we send it to them for final comment. And then we would send it to them for final comment and their plan for implementing recommendations. We do coordinate recommendations with them during the audit process. And then we would publish the final report. And that is the point at which the board would see the final report.
Okay, thank you for walking me very detailed step by step through the process. I guess really the last piece was the one that was most interesting to me, given you're only looking at about 7 audits over the next 3 calendar years. I think it would be helpful both at your quarterly OIG reports to have a little bit of a status update. Have they kicked off? Are you nearing completion? Are you at the point of recommendations? When will it be complete? I think that would be helpful. And then I do think that, given that these are the first time, this is going to be the first time that BART ever has had audits like this, and obviously it has had the OIG completing such audits. I would like to have more robust, presentations to the board, and that be a public venue for seeing, and being able to discuss that. Obviously, there is an audit committee, but I know that the eyes on the audit committee are probably a lot fewer than the eyes on the BART board. So, I'd be looking forward to working with you and certainly with President Saltzman, at least over this upcoming calendar year, as to what that sort of presentation report back to the board will look like. And I'll end my comments there, but thank you so much, Inspector General.
I just want to say that sounds like a good suggestion, and I think we can work on a plan for some reporting back without you giving us details that you can't give us yet. But if that works for you, I think it'd be good to fold them into your quarterly reports. So next I'll move on to Director Allen.
Thank you, and thank you, Inspector General, for all that you do and the work that you've done to date and what's to come, because there is a lot of it. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. The Inspector General and her staff went through an extensive risk assessment process with an independent consultant, a third-party consultant. And this assessment was independent of BART management. And this is the first time that we have done, outside of financial audits and FTA audits, this is the first time that we've really had this level of independence in oversight of some of the internal workings of BART. Keeping this issue of independent oversight on the forefront, to me, is critical to sound oversight of BART, which is a key fiduciary responsibility of all of us as board members. I'm very happy that the BART general manager has agreed to participate and actually contribute budget dollars. And that really is a key struggle that we are facing right now, is the budget of the Inspector General's office, which was mandated by legislation, but no increases of it were mandated. So with the financial structure audit, which is something I've been asking for 4 years at least, that is now underway along with the span of control. And I'm looking forward to those results, because I think that the result of that is going to then help us decide as a board how to move forward on some other things. But we still haven't resolved how to allow the IG to move forward with the other third-party audit that we saw in the presentation, and that is the asset management audit. We have a separate issue coming to us, I think, at the next meeting, perhaps, to talk about the funding, specifically about the funding of the Inspector General's office and how do we get more funding. And we may have to actually continue to ask the general manager to give up some of that budget to some of these audit activities. At the end of the day, giving up those small dollars to find efficiency and streamline practices within something as large as the asset management program at BART I think the money is well spent there for not even the long term, but maybe just a medium term. Let's see. I just want to comment on something that was said, that only 7 audits are planned over the next 3 years. But these are 2 of those 7 audits are major audits. The asset management system audit is a major undertaking. And we cannot lose sight of the fact that the IG also has the role of continuing to do investigations as they are presented to the office. Which she mentioned as well. But overall, I think this is a good audit plan. I would really like to see us really put some emphasis on figuring out how we get the asset management audit started. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McPartland.
Thank you. I agree with Director Allen in relationship, more than anything else, in relationship to the funding. With the mandated responsibility of the Inspector General in comparison to other agencies, without being able to provide the funding in order to be able to do the job that she is mandated to do, she is doomed to failure, and not by her own hand, but by ours. And if we end up choosing to do that, then that's kind of on us. I would like to see BART embrace the responsibility for being able to facilitate her being able to do her job, which is to make us better collectively, in the short run and in the long run. And the alternative is that since the IG's position was mandated by state regulation, we may very well find that the degree of interaction that we have, or the directive compliance that we have, may be a heck of a lot less friendly than it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did want to confirm that we will, at the next BART board meeting, have an item about funding. And before that meeting, we have the audit committee meeting where we're going to be talking more in depth about the specifics. So we will have some specific numbers to propose for our state advocacy. And I've also talked extensively to staff, and particularly Rod, about kind of how to move forward with that. So we will have that on our meeting, our agenda at the next meeting, and can hopefully move forward with that.
I find that very refreshing, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you to our Inspector General, and we will move on to the committees. There are no items under the Administration Committee, so we will move on to item 7, the engineering and operation items. And I will turn it over to the new chair, Dufty.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And leading off our presentation will be Shane Edwards, and then he'll be calling on relevant staff to join in this presentation. And this does require a 2/3 vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Board, Shane Edwards, interim AGM of operations. Today we bring to you for action, we're asking for approval to proceed with the procurement of fare gate collection equipment by competitive negotiation. And I'd like to introduce to you Mitra Mohab, Sylvia Lamb, and Miat San, who will be presenting on this.
Good morning, Mitra Mohab, Senior Manager of Engineering Programs, and I'm back with another good news on the fare gates, on the next generation fare gates. The district now has the opportunity to procure fare gates that could deter fare evasion, reduce maintenance costs, take advantage of the new technology in the industry, and improve on the aesthetics of the gates as well as the stations. Staff is seeking authorization from the board to allow the request for proposal to procure fare gates by competitive negotiation, similar to procurement of the rail cards. The competitive negotiation will enable the district to consider factors such as proposers' approach, fare evasion technologies and capabilities, and understanding of the district's requirements rather than just considering the cost of proposal. This approach is similar to best value approach versus lowest price procurement. Staff recommends the board approve the motion before you. Thank you.
With that, Director.
I'm sorry,
Shane,
you cut off for a second.
I'll hand it back to you, Director Dufty.
Great, thank you so much. I see that Director Allen is on the queue, but perhaps we should check on public comment. Should we have public comment first? Are there any members of the public?
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, new committee chair, Bevan Dufty, Alita Dupree for the record. Actually, you're not a new committee chair. I think you've chaired this committee at least once before. So thank you for the, got a lot of experience with this. You know, as I maintain to you as a user of BART, I'm one of the many who use the fare gates, and I want the best fare gates we can have. I can't exactly come to you as an expert on government finance and procurement, but I can come to you with experience in that it is time to get new fare gates. And I remember in New York City, the subway used to have these fare gates with these quadruple wooden paddles that would turn, and eventually, and they started getting splintering, the paint falling off them, and they had to get rid of them. So certainly, bigger thing I want to make sure with a fare gate, why I want the best fare gates that we can have, is because I don't want them to close on me. And while I've never had a BART fare gate close on me, you know, with the delayed reactions, I mean, it's time to move forward. So yes, this is going to be a 2/3 vote, but buying something shouldn't be just on price. There's an old saying, you get what you pay for, and that's generally true. And as I read in the EDD, we don't want to have somebody who has a razor thin margin of lower bid get the contract and then they can't perform, because I want a fare gate that's going to work, not had a clipper card failure in 11 years, never. And we are on an all clipper based system now, so we can focus on the fare gate paddles more, as opposed to the old ticket reception and processing system. I think this is worth a yes vote, because fare gates are an essential part of ensuring that we can all experience the people system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dupree. And Ms. Edwards, is anyone else in public testimony queue?
Not at this time.
Great. Yes, we have a lot of excitement for this item, and I will now turn to Director Allen and then Director Rayburn.
Well, I'm excited about this item. So I'll move the motion before us. I think that is the right procurement method to move forward. But I also want to further raise discussion on how we are moving through this procurement process, a little bit outside of this particular motion, but it does, I want to talk about the procurement process we're moving through, which we decided on 6 months ago. You know, I think this dual track approach, and I was hoping maybe Shane, you could just explain the dual track approach so I don't have to.
And maybe can I solicit Director Rayburn if you'd like to second, just so we can wrap
I'll
this.
second.
Okay, yes, Shane, thank you.
Yes, Director Allen, in our past presentation to the board, we presented to you a parallel approach where we would begin to design and install a internal BART fare gate. In the interim, though, we would also work on a parallel path to come up with a procurement mechanism to do system-wide fare gates, is what it amounted to.
Right. So essentially, we're kind of doing two paths simultaneously. We're still moving forward, developing our own technology and installing it in stations alongside of this new part that we're voting on today, which means that we're also going to be talking to vendors about off-the-shelf gates. I think this dual track approach is the wrong direction, and I would like to see us take this up for action in changing that direction very soon. Here's why. BART's been working on designing new fare gates for at least 4 years now. I don't know what was going on before I got here. I've been told some things were even predate me. Our last update was 6 months ago, and I recognize that certainly some innovation and innovation advancement has been achieved in this program, but albeit at a very slow pace. I've been a leader, very vocal on this project for 5 years, and I'm losing patience on the progress that we're making here, because we're still talking about process, and we really haven't. I mean, we've got some prototypes at Rockridge that look like they're very good, but you know. We live in the tech and innovation capital of the world. This dual path of doing both things simultaneously, you know, to me, it's been painful for me to watch through the various iterations, and it's like we're MacGyvering new Faragate panels on top of old Pong era 1960 boxes with the old pneumatics infrastructure that no one uses anymore. If we continue down that path, we're going to have teams of, you know, Inspector Gadget people who are continually running around fixing this old stuff that we're building on top of. So today's, you know, pneumatic Faragate equipment, I've actually done some research on this and talked to vendors and consultants about this. Today's pneumatic Faragate equipment is like the old mainframe computers, and you know, corporations had invested so much money in them and they just didn't want to give them up. And I sort of feel like we may be a little bit stuck in that. I think it's time to jump into the 21st century. I think the vendors, we now know that the vendors that can deliver Faragates have much better options for us than we thought they had previously, and things are evolving there. I think we need to quit working on building this ourselves and creating, you know, I've heard all kinds of things about creating patents and manufacturing facilities and hiring our own BART workers to build them. That's all we got to stop thinking that way. We need to just hire a consultant, put together a procurement team along the path of what we're voting on today, and work down a path of selecting a design build vendor that will work with us through the last of these design issues. And there are still a few more, but that's the way we're going to get this done. I don't see us driving this internally as BART, getting this done in, you know, in a timely manner. We actually already have a very good consultant on board, and that's HNTB, who has been working through this with the team for quite a while. And I think we may have to renew a contract at some point. But after we go through the selection of a vendor, we should be able to put our consultant together with the vendor and really let them lead the way with the BART team on board in a team approach and bring this, you know, to a conclusion. We did the same exact thing. This is the approach we took when we hired Turner Construction to do design build process. They led the way and we participated extensively in that. And they delivered a project because they know how to build and they know how to build well, and they did it quickly. And we need to do that again. We need to take that same approach with the Faragates. If we continue at the current pace, we might have new Faragates completed and installed by the next decade, at a time when all of the innovations are now not so innovative anymore. And I think that this dual path, you know, is costing us more money than it needs to. We know Faragate replacement substantially improves the rider experience, and it pays for itself in a short period of time. That can only be said about only a handful of projects at BART, and this is one of them. We need to factor in the overall project economics. Not only can we recapture the substantial lost fare revenue, which we're not doing for every month that goes by, But we also have cost savings from reducing the immense wear and tear on our system. And we have energy savings that we can achieve. We also have rider experience improvements that we can achieve. As we know that you know, the crime in the system is related to controlling fare evasion. We know that 80% of arrests in our system are of people who did not pay a fare. We don't need to own patents on fare gates. We don't need BART to create manufacturing facilities and new workforces to do this. I think we just need to focus our people on running the trains on time and get a team approach like we did with the headquarters to do this. So with that, I'm going to propose to my fellow directors that we talk about directing staff to stop the in-house Faregate inventions, and let's just take the project and hand it off to people who can really lead the way on this through the final modifications, build another mock-up with final modifications, and then away we go in getting this done. I realize we don't have an action item today on this, so I'm asking that we bring this back and have this discussion about really changing our approach on the acquisition and installation of new fare gates of the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Colleagues, before I go to the next director, I think I'd like to give interim AGM Edwards and Ms. Sylvia Lamb an opportunity to respond to the issues that have been raised.
Thank you, Director Dufty. So we understand the concerns voiced by Director Allen, and we really do not feel that we are that far off, albeit though that we do feel very strongly that we have progressed the gate to a certain point to where we need to complete Rockridge, for example. We have a product that we know that works. Now we are at a point with this mechanism of procurement that will allow us to get competitive vendors rather than running into the same problems that we have all the time with having to accept low bid. We'll get more demand and we'll get more of a product that we want in the future. That doesn't mean that we won't pump the brakes on our internal gates and expedite the process of the procurement, but those are decisions that we have to make in the moment and flow, because this project moves forward. It's not a waste. It's just it's productivity, and it is progress. So it will allow us to be more confident in the room when we negotiate with these vendors, as well as foster an environment of competition in the bidding process, as well as get a design and a fare gate that BART can live with. And I'll hand it over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Shane, and thank you, Director. I appreciate your comments. I would like to remind everybody that when we came up with the dual path approach, we were very transparent on why we were doing it, how we were doing it. And the whole idea being that we wanted to be able to take advantage of whatever the best option was moving forward. So we created this dual path approach as far as going down to get an RFP. But I will say that one of the advantages that came out of what we're doing in-house, and I think there's a lot of our team that will appreciate the MacGyver reference, Director. But one of the things that's come out of that is to clarify and solidify where our big fare evasion problems are. You know, even with the pneumatic, we were very confident early on that that was going to be really great for push through. And even since then, we've had to make adjustments. And each one of those adjustments has added to the criteria that's going to go into an RFP for a design build or a vendor off the shelf. So I don't believe any of that effort has been wasted at all. And I think it's really important anytime we do something like this that we have a plan A, plan B, plan C. When we started this, the whole reason we're even able to entertain other vendors and design builders is because of the efforts that were made early on to decouple from being locked into a certain vendor or a specific vendor. So I appreciate your comments. I think when we get the proposals back, it's going to be very interesting to see what's out in the industry. And I think we are better positioned today to take advantage of whatever's out there, newer technologies. I agree with you, new innovations. We're in a better position to take advantage of that. And also we're in a better position to really lay out what the criteria is here at BART because of what we've been experiencing through this in-house effort.
Thank you for those comments. I I do wholeheartedly agree with your, with the innovations, and I said that innovations have certainly been made, and this process up to this point has created those innovations. But I think we will reach a point of diminishing innovation, and then it's time, as you said, to really work with the vendor and move forward. I'm not sure that going forward with 9 more installations is really the right approach simultaneously while we're working with trying to find a vendor and finish the design.
Yeah, and actually, Director, we've been thinking in-house, and we've been kind of shuffling what we think is the best way to move forward. What we would like to do is finish up Rockridge, so we have one station that is fully hardened, including an elevator enclosure. And what we'd like to do over the next period of time before we do the next array is have get quantification of data out there, because one of the things we continue to hear is how effective are the gates in deterring fare evasion. So what we'd like to do is go out now and start, and I agree, let's not do the 9 simultaneously. Let's go out and quantify and watch where our fare evasion, what type is, how much is happening in a day, at what times of day it's happening, all that, gather that kind of data, then throw in the other array at Rockridge, throw in the elevator enclosure, then measure that afterwards. And I think that'd just be good data for us to move forward, and I think that would be a valuable effort. And I do think we continue to move forward on the elevator enclosures, because that's a separate piece that's helping us with hardening as we move forward.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move now to Director Rayburn.
Chair Duffy, can I just jump in really quickly if
I'm
you don't
sorry,
mind,
I
sir?
apologize, Michael, certainly.
So 2 things. President Saltzman may mention this, but we plan to bring a Fairgate update to the board in March, and we can certainly debate the merits of this dual path or single path. I would say that we haven't lost any ingenuity, productivity going down the path we're going down now. As Sylvia just mentioned, we've made some significant impacts to the system positively in closing Coliseum, things like that. So happy to have that debate and discussion with the board in March. And, if we come back with an RFP response that's favorable, we will go with that response. We could come back with no response. So, to stop this process right now, I think would not be a good decision on the board, but we can certainly debate that more in March. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rayburn, your hand is lowered now. Are you ready to speak?
No, I'm ready to speak. Thank you.
Sir.
I want to applaud from the general manager on down through Shane and Sylvia and Mitra, the urgency that the board has expressed on replacing the fare gates is being heard. And we've been methodically testing our own designs, upgrading them. I still haven't seen some of the aspects that I'm expecting to be unveiled in the future. But I think that this is a complementary process that we're embarking on now to not go with the lowest bid that may not provide the performance that we require. And this approach will set out a standard, much like what we did with the new train cars. We asked for a performance-based negotiation of the end product. And of course, nobody could come in and give us a train car that wouldn't fit on our rails. And we have a number of criteria that are unique to BART, the size of the gates themselves, as well as the needs that we have to really harden the stations and make sure that these things work. And I'm convinced that we will get responsiveness from the bidders. The only question that I have for Shane, and I'd like you to answer this publicly, given the urgency, what do you see the rollout or the timeline being for this project from the completion of, say, Rockridge to the hardening of all of our elevators to the complete 700 and some gate replacement district-wide?
So Director Rayburn, thank you. So the rollout of this will sort of progress as RFP and bidding this year, working with the vendors, and then with a 3-year installation and rollout schedule after preceding that.
Okay.
And again, Director Rayburn, we will have a detailed schedule and timeline at the second board meeting in March.
And of course, cost is an object, and we've been early on, we had an astronomical projection and whittled that down from 150 million to 90 million. I would hope we can keep the 90 million as our upper limit.
Yeah, Director, thank you. It is definitely part of the criteria, and it's important to us to keep within that budget, and we're still pushing forward to that. Now, that may mean that when we get proposals back, there may be a piece of scope or a feature or something like that that may come out. As everybody knows here, supply chain issues and everything that's going on with COVID has impacted some of the costs, but our goal and our what we're sticking to right now is to stay within that budget.
Thank you. And finally, I want to make certain that we're looking at each station comprehensively. And to harden a station isn't just replacing the gates, but to replace the barriers, particularly around elevators, as well as around, and hardening the emergency gates themselves. So it is a big project, but the gates themselves are the key component here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. President Saltzman?
Yeah, thank you. I support the motion in moving forward with this. I actually support it because it's laid out in a way where if we need to, we can still continue to pursue the in-house track, because I'm hopeful we will find a vendor who will meet all of our needs. But I think the possibility is still out there that either they're not going to come up to the incredible reliability we need. I mean, we get those in the QPRs, we get those reports on the fair equipment availability, and it's always like 98 or 99%. So if we can't get back to there, I mean, that's a flag for me. We might find out it's too expensive. We might find out it doesn't meet the needs of preventing fare evasion. Hopefully we'll find one that meets all of our needs, but our needs are pretty immense. So I think having the dual track is an insurance in case that happens, so we don't have to start from zero. But I just wanted to echo what's already been said by Shane and Sylvia, that the work that has been done and is being done still really adds to the knowledge. I mean, I was so impressed when the fare gates were first installed at Rockridge. I think I went just the next day or maybe 2 days later, and I happened to run into some of the team who was working on it, and I didn't realize they had been posted there for many hours, like seeing what was happening, and they had already identified several changes that needed to be made after just watching it go for about 24 hours. So that knowledge is just so important, because vendors could say, oh yeah, this works great, this does that, this does this, but if we don't know, we could get sold something that doesn't prevent fare evasion much more than what we have today. And that would, of course, be a huge waste of resources and incredibly frustrating to our constituents, to BART riders, to everyone. So I think the dual track makes sense. I fully support it. And anybody who hasn't been out to the lab to see the work that these folks are doing, please go down there. I've been there a couple of times, and it's really impressive. And these people are not the ones who are running the trains, so them doing this work doesn't have impact on that. But the things they do, I think, make it much easier to run our system, and they're very innovative, working with a very small team to do amazing work. So I just applaud everything that's happening on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Lee?
Yep, thank you, Chair Dufty. So echoing everyone else's thanks to Shane, Sylvia, and Mitra for presenting this today and really answering all the board questions we've got. So I support this motion today, and I recognize that this procurement is separate from the bigger Next Gen Fairgate program. I'd actually like to move this item for approval, if anyone if it hasn't already.
It's been moved and seconded.
Excellent. Sorry I missed that. So sort of going off of some of the comments made earlier, we have already taken, to my memory, 2 separate actions around next gen fare gates. I think in 2019, I'm losing track of time, in 2020 and again in 2021, if I remember correctly. So first, in the presentation that we had last June, that included the results of the RFEI, most vendors do not have an off-the-shelf pneumatic solution that works for BART, that served the results of the RFEI. And given BART's needs, I personally believe that pneumatic systems are necessary. And my understanding further is that a lot of the new innovation actually relies on electric fare gates that are not as reliable or as hardy. I have, as President Salzman mentioned, I think many of us have gone to the BART lab. I've gone to the BART lab, I've kicked those fare gates, I've pulled and pushed and climbed and done everything on them. I know that the BART engineers are doing the same thing. And I know that an electric fare gate model would not be able to come close to handling sort of that level of abuse and, sort of the needs that we have at our BART stations. I actually even did that when I was at Oakland Coliseum Station last year when I was shadowing the vaccination operations, might have been 2 years ago, and saw the pilot fare gates there. I pushed, I pulled on them, I saw them in action too. And I know that pneumatic is where we need to be. Second, we've seen that the internal development has actually allowed us to decouple hardware and software to develop more innovative models that are far more cost effective. If you recall, the cost of the full fare gate replacement across our system was looking to cost over $150 million. And I believe that staff's internal work and this dual sort of procurement plan has brought the estimate down to more like 90 million. Third, I disagree that this has been a slow process. We are seeing test deployment going into multiple stations, including the latest at Rockridge, and we're seeing huge improvements in those test deployments. If you just compare what was installed at Richmond Station a couple years ago versus what we're putting into Rockridge, you can just see, what our engineers are doing in the lab. And then fourth, I would say that these tests are critical as we make final decisions about fare gates, regardless of who's making them, whether it's in-house, procured, off the shelf, et cetera. I think as Sylvia shared, that data that we are collecting today and will continue to collect is critically important for the board and for the public to see. The next thing I'll say here is that I don't agree that fare gates will just pay for themselves, which is why I've joined BART Directors Duffy and Simon along with BART staff to advocate super strongly for funding for the next gen fare gate program, sort of as part of San Francisco sales tax reauthorization process. We've talked to multiple times. We've talked to San Francisco supervisors and with community leaders. And I cannot applaud Director Duffy enough for his passion and advocacy for funds for next gen fare gates in those meetings. I don't think there's a single person more passionate about trying to get this funding. Without these additional funds, we don't get to fare gate replacement. I will note that as we've been having those conversations with community leaders, there actually have been questions about why BART is even making this investment. So that I am saying publicly here, I will call out that in the EDD that our current fare gates are reaching the end of their useful life over the next 3 to 8 years. So I continue to be very supportive of the direction we are going in to replace these fare gates. Lastly, thank you, Mike Jones, for noting that there will be a more comprehensive update in March versus this much smaller EDD today. I look forward to another robust conversation then. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Lee, and I want to thank all of the directors for their comments and the staff, I think, for thoughtfully responding to questions that have been raised. And I just want to bring up Tamar Allen, who to me was just a lion at BART in this process. And I was very inspired when she took ownership of it and really focused on what her team could do to develop a prototype that would really meet our needs. And I think it's been a really important process for our engineers to feel like they're being respected and that their expertise can help us do better. I can say that when I went down to Cubic to see where they have a football field of all the different systems that they worked on, we saw a system from a major city that in implementation had major flaws and problems. And I think that we are inoculating ourselves and boosting ourselves against this by doing the work that we're doing now. So I very much look forward to the March presentation. I appreciate Vice President Lee's comments, and in San Francisco, I think we've had very robust conversations with our elected officials, as well as expenditure plan committee members and the staff of the Transportation Authority. And I think that there's real recognition of the importance of supporting this. And I look forward to supporting my colleagues in their respective counties to make sure that funds from Alameda and Contra Costa come forward. So with that, colleagues, we've had a motion and a second, and I would like to ask the district secretary to call the roll. And once again, we do require a 2/3 approval.
Director Simon? Director Allen?
Yes.
Director Ames? Director Duffy?
Yes.
Director Foley?
Aye.
Director Lee? I'll come back to her. Director McPartland?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Great.
President Saltzman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion
Thank you, colleagues, for that unanimous vote. And that completes our agenda for engineering and operations. And thank you, Shane and Sylvia and the whole team. Thank you. Mitra as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Duffy. Now we will move on. We don't have any items under the Planning, Public Affairs, Access and Legislation Committee, so we will move on to item 9A, the General Manager's report.
Thank you, President Saltzman, Vice President Lee. Just a couple updates for me, if I could. Yesterday, Rod Lee and I, Head of External Affairs, we met with Assembly Member Mia Bonta, the newest member for the Bay Area. I think it's the 18th district there, Oakland, Alameda, and San Leandro, my Assembly member. And good meeting with her. We talked about the impacts of COVID on BART. We talked about our ability to maintain service and what the, where BART is with Omicron. And then we had a very good discussion. She's quite interested in our TOD program and her desire to keep that program going and keep the feeder programs coming in. So there's stuff that's coming in while stuff that's being planned and designed in construction. So we had a great discussion with her yesterday. And she was on her way up to Sacramento to start some of those discussions going on there. Yesterday also, or earlier this week, Michael and I attended the FTA Triennial Kickoff hosted by Region 9 and Ray Tellis, so we had additional staff there as well. Pam and her team, Pam's still here, received the Distinguished Budget Award from the GFOA for the FY21 budget. So congratulations, Pam, to you and your team, Iceman and Simi and folks there. That's a great thing. You should have got a memo. It's in your email from, I think, Val. Very positive news on the affordable housing and sustainable grants. This week, the State Strategic Growth Council made available staff's recommendations, and I don't want to, get too far over my skis on this one, but staff recommendations for award for round 6, and 6 of the 8 projects that the BART family submitted on, at least were part of the staff recommendations going to the Strategic Growth Council. So, if you fast forward that, knocking on wood, that's about $36.5 million that we were successful in, for the BART program there and for the BART family. So congratulations to BART, to Val, to Abby, to everybody who's worked on those. And all of you, directors, that have supported those and played a strategic role there. So vaccination update, you get a weekly update from Alaric on that, but right now we're at 97%, and we have another just under 1% that have received their first dose of vaccination, so we're doing pretty good there. But, although we're doing good there, President Saltzman, members of the board, we have seen, it been impacted by the Omicron variant.
I had a long chat with Shane. He's doing a great job in minimizing those impacts to date. Really that manifests themselves in missed runs that are seen and felt by the public, and opening of the stations. He's worked closely with McCormick and Roy Aguilera on his team, but he's also keeping Alicia Trost close. And so when we do have those missed runs, Alicia is communicating with the public. We're being as transparent as we can, and we're doing, in my opinion, and I know how the other systems are performing, we're doing a good job. And so what we're going to do, and I told President Saltzman this and Vice President Lee, in March, we're going to bring back an item to the board. I don't have the right title on it yet, but the concept is with the retirement incentive program and with the COVID, what has been the impact to the workforce? What have we done to minimize that, mitigate that, and what are we going to do going forward on that? So kind of a comprehensive look at kind of the last year's impact on the BART workforce. So we will be working, I've tasked Michael and Alaric at that, but we're also going to be partnering with our labor partners on that. So that's a co-presentation, going in front of you sometime in March. So and then ridership, you got an email from Ms. Herhold the other day on where we are with ridership. First couple of weeks in January have been low due to the holidays. We've had some bad weather and obviously the COVID. Alicia and I were in early today, and she told me she looked at the system this morning, and, maybe, this is just Alicia and I talking, we're back on the positive slope heading back up, and we've bottomed out there, and hopefully we're back up on the upslope there. So that's the update from me to keep you all posted on what's going on in our world.
Thank you. I see that we have a couple of public comments, so we'll go to those and then go to board comments or questions.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I always enjoy Bob's reports. Thank you. Congratulations to Pam Herhold and her shop team for this prestigious award in government finance. Something way over my pay grade. But this is part of what it takes to build a railroad that is great and legendary. So let's keep that up. And I thank you for bringing forward a vaccination update. 97% is very good work. We got another 1% in the pipeline. We're getting close to 100%. I myself am 100%. As I've told you, I've been vaccinated. I went to the pharmacy for the booster shot. And maybe if there's a fourth shot down the road, maybe I'll get to have it in Grand Central Terminal if I'm in New York. And but it's very important for us to keep in mind the safety in the system. And I don't want our system to shut down. And Omicron is a very profound thing that is happening in the world. And we have to stay ahead of the curve. So let's keep working on that. Vaccination is very easy to do. I'm still here sitting with you, enjoying my morning with you. And lastly, again, I appreciate these reports. I found this video of Bob Powers. I think it was on Fortune, where Bob was one of 3 transit leaders, along with Dorval Carter of Chicago and Jano Lieber in New York City. And I knew this, that when Bob spoke, it put a smile on my face, that Bob was talking about and exemplifying the values of the people system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Kunzler, you may address the board.
Thank you for having me. I will be very brief. Thank you, Director Powers. Thank you for the vaccine mandate and holding the line. Very disappointed in what our U.S. Supreme Court has ruled. Hopefully that will not affect the vaccine mandate. It's important that we have a safe transit system. And I really appreciate that. It's also good to hear Lisa Trust's name dropped in the report. Big fan of hers. So just wanted to call in briefly and wish everyone at BART well. Look forward to writing you this spring, and go BART. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, it doesn't look like we have more public comments, so do we have any board member comments or questions for the general manager? Okay, then we will move on to item 10, board matters, and we will go through board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam all together. So please raise your hands if you would like to speak. Director Rayburn. Director Rayburn, you're muted.
Thank you, President Salzman. I attended the Bond Oversight Committee meeting yesterday, and the presentation is online and available for download. And I recommend anybody that wants to get an update on not just the past 5 years, but what went into creating that bond. It's all there. It's and the projections for the future. So I'm very excited about the hard work that so many staff people put into making that presentation to our volunteer oversight committee. As well, I attended the Bay Area Council's Go Big presentation, kind of a big tent review of what directions to go in 2022. And number one, of course, started off with transit and transportation. And I would recommend that if any of BART's staff have, I hope somebody was there with me, it's hard to tell, but I think that it's appropriate to invite the Bay Area Council to participate with us in our board retreat and link arms.
They have been, Director Rayburn.
Great. And finally, regarding the affordable housing and sustainable communities grant awards, I'm just on cloud 9. That represents 531 housing units, affordable housing units, much needed at Lake Merritt, Bay, El Cerrito del Norte, MacArthur, Union City, as well as Balboa. And what's exciting is that the Strategic Growth Council, and I hope you're listening, shows that they hear our needs and that we're being responsive and have the capacity to deliver these housing projects, along with deliver the transportation service that will be needed by the additional new residents. I just want to pull out one project that is, I think, very exciting and was included in there for the first time. And that's to enhance the lighting in the underpasses at MacArthur Station. A number of us have been working on that for years, and it's finally going to have a dollar amount for a budget assigned to it. Thank you very much.
Before I move on to Director Lee, just wanted to say how excited I am too about all of those grants. And if our version of Zoom had the feature where I could show clapping hands, I would have for that announcement. But our team is awesome. They keep getting us money from this grant program, even though the rules continue to change. And as somebody who had MacArthur BART as my home station for about 10 years, I'm thrilled about the lighting project moving forward. So Director Lee.
Yep, just 3 things to note, and a lot of thanks here. So right after our last meeting, President Salzman and I met with Assemblymember Phil Ting, representing me on the west side of San Francisco in Assembly District 19. We met with him on December 17th, along with our now Director of Real Estate, Abby Thorne-Lyman, so congrats to her. It was a really great intro meeting, just really talking about the needs that we have as a transit district and how sometimes it's hard to work with because we are doing so much TOD, we need to really have a strong relationship at the state level, but the state folks might not be as familiar working with, for example, the transit districts on TOD. So I think it was a really great sort of introductory meeting with his office, and given that Assemblymember Ting is budget chair, I think he really appreciated that we came to him to discuss. Two other sort of thanks here. I have to give huge thanks to Priya, Mather, Pam Herhold, and Molly Burke for helping organize, set up, and really hound all of the members of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors and all of the community members who are on the Prop K Reauthorization Expenditure Plan Advisory Committee. It's the committee that has been put together by the Board of Supervisors to help advise on the expenditure plan as part of San Francisco's half-cent sales tax for transportation reauthorization, also known as Prop K. As I said earlier, Director Dufty has been all over this, has been setting up, I think you've been having, what, 6-7 meetings a day. I've been able to join maybe like a quarter of them. Priya is almost at all of them. And we are really making our case about why we need to make sure that San Francisco, via the sales tax, are paying the share that they need to for BART. And some of our biggest asks in that is really the next gen fare gates, along with BART's core capacity, along with elevator replacement and modernization. So all things that I think this board fully agrees on we need funding for, but really it's, I know it's been a huge lift for Director Dufty and BART staff to be having all those meetings, and we will sort of see where everything ends up. The last thing I want to know is, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, we heard from District 11 Supervisor Asha Safai, his legislative aide Lauren Chung, that there's been a graffiti problem at Balboa Park Station. And again, Director Dufty was on it, and we immediately started to talk to BART staff. And I just want to thank particularly Greg Lombardi, as well as Lieutenant John Power, for their really quick response here. It looks like overnight, just literally last night, it got cleaned up and they were checking on it. And it looks like we've, at least in the meantime, in the near term, have dealt with that situation, and hopefully, the tagging goes away. But I know that this makes a difference for our riders, and also really makes a difference for the communities that live around our stations. So I just want to really thank Greg for his quick work there. So thank you.
Thank you. Do any other directors have reports? Director McPartland?
Okay, just two things. Attended the Citizens Review Board meeting on Monday, along with Director Rayburn, and then attended a Valley Link meeting that they ended up having yesterday. That's it.
Great. If there are no other reports, we can move on to item 11A, which is closed session, public employee discipline under Government Code Section 54957. Are there any public comments on this item before we go into closed session? Seeing none, we will go into closed session, but I assume most people want a break. So why don't we meet in closed session at 12:15? And yeah, I will see you all there. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me know when you're
We're-
ready.
We're ready.
Great. So the board has returned from closed session and there's nothing to announce from closed session. So we will now adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.